So yeah. Straight into it. Welcome back to the AI Racing series. This is race 1. Here on iRacing. Every single driver you see on track is an AI driver. We got a variety of cars out here. We've got GTPs, LMP2, GT3s, LMP3s, GT4s, and MX5s. Right now we're in qualifying here at Oxford Plains. Every oval we go to twice, so we will be dealing with race 1 here, and then also race 2 will be Oxford Plains again, but with cautions disabled. You may think that might not change anything, but sometimes it does. I'm turning the webcam off so it doesn't block any of the content. I'm also going to... Where is it? Get rid of the game overlay and the box. So you just have this. This is being recorded to be put on YouTube, so YouTube, hello. We're going to be here for a long time. This is going to take months. So a lot can happen. Now, there are a few differences. We do have what are known as player drivers, which are drivers from friends and community that have requested to have a driver be representing them. The horizontal standings will not show it, but like if I pull up relatives here, you'll see those two swords icon. That is the player drivers. Now, one thing that I've noticed with some ovals, that it's more downforce versus top end speed. The LMP2 and LMP3 seem to be just as fast, or faster than the GTPs. We'll see if that plays a factor. Now, other things to note. We're going to be racing on every single track that I own on iRacing, which is a lot. I think the current estimate is like 375, which is nightmare fuel. These are being recorded for YouTube, though. So if someone wants to go through and see how the race goes throughout the season, they can. But each race will have 30 minutes of qualifying, and then instead of like with Season 1, this is Season 2 of me doing this. Season 2 is lap counts. So we will have a set number of laps that we do, which is based off of doing 200 miles, and then rounding up if I need to. But yeah, Oxford Plains being the first race is a bit crazy, but seeing here that we've got all these cars on track, we aren't going to be disappointed here, I think. Now, a thing to note is a lot of the tracks can handle 60 cars, like 60 cars on track. It's really 59 because I have to be one of the cars on there. I'll explain that in a minute. Oxford Plains is not one of them. Oxford Plains actually only allows 45 total cars. So that's going to be a factor for the point standings. that some of the drivers later in the roster, when making it, will not always be at every single race, so they have to maximize their point standings. Looking at Clutch McHarry there, and Shirako Takimoto. Now, some of the cars may update throughout the season based on updates to iRacing and stuff. So we'll have to wait and see on that. But a lot will still happen. Being on an oval, though, it is going to be quite hectic. How things will play out in trying to stay up to date of what all is happening. But there are some other rules that I would like to go through while we have the time. I will try not to repeat myself a lot for this series, so there's hope on that. Points have also changed now that I think about it. Points changed that it's still based off position, but it's grouped in a way for a 60-car field, points-wise. There are added bonus points for leading the most laps, leading a lap, finishing with no incidents, and getting pole. So qualifying does matter. I believe there's also one for most gained positions. Oh my god, that is Jesse Singleton just flipping throughout the air in his GTP. He may not be partaking in the rest of qualifying, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Now, being a lapped race here, with cautions, some of these races might take a whole lot longer than what the previous series, what the hell is happening there? What the previous season of this did. In previous season, it was just a 2-hour race, and when the 2 hours were up, the race was over. Here, being a lapped race, we're going to be stuck here for longer if there's a lot of cautions. Or if it just takes longer to get around the track. I have already tested with experience. That's weirdly worded. Some of the races actually only took like an hour and a half to get through all of the laps. So the races may be shorter in some, but longer in others. It will all be based on how well everything that goes. There will also be moments where I just am silent because there's nothing else to really talk about, or I'm trying to think of what else to talk about. It's kind of hard to give a rundown on positions when qualifying is happening so much, especially with an oval. Now, what back to the points, my plan is to have that each time I post the video, there will be the link to go look at the point standings. But the only problem is with that is that the points can spoil the race. Obviously. And future races, because since I already, and I'm going to try to stop doing it, but no promises on that. Going to try to stop uploading the points for the future races until I quote-unquote record it. So if you watch them live, which is under the same username, GT500 Cobra on Twitch, if you come watch when I post these live, you will see the live update of the points. They will also have the live update of the points at the end of each race, so now, just like last season, there is still a penalty that could be given to drivers. The penalty being a disqualification. If the AI driver gets DQ'd for not serving a black flag or a meatball flag, then they also lose 100 points in the standings. Last season, before things got messed up, there were sometimes drivers having at most, I think we did 128 races last season before iRacing made an update to exporting results. And there were a few drivers that had like 7-8 disqualifications in the series. Now, I do want to also note, for future reference, I do these live streams in a Discord call. So if any of my friends and stuff want to join us here, they can. With about 9 minutes left in this, let's see with the big standings list where everyone is. You see that Patrick Racer has the oh, there's Patrick Racer right now. Oh, Kazumi. The Patrick Racer has pole. We'll go through the rest of the field as we wait on the grid, but it's interesting that, well, not interesting. it does throw a curveball in that it wasn't a player driver that get pulled this time. You may be wondering what the overlays are. If you are and don't know what they are race laps. It's been the easiest way for me to do it. Especially with like turning off some of the info, turning them on. Oh, an MX-5 around. One of the few MX-5s we have in the series. This time, because there's only 44 AI drivers, there's only 2 MX-5s instead of the normal 3 we have. It looks like there is a pile up in the pit entry. And one of the drivers was just sitting on one of the dirt hills. Still sitting there. Right as I get the camera on them. Whoa! Nick Valmont, I think, just broke his suspension. Now, my hope is to try to publish, like, record and stream these once a week, maybe more if I have time. But my goal is also that each time I do one of these, it will be 2 races. So, for example, today's video races will be Oxford Plains 1 and 2. One with cautions enabled and one with them disabled. Another factor I want to get into, I'm just kind of killing time here, is every single driver except for one has all of the same skills. Their skills are set to 125%, and then 100 on everything else. The only driver who is not got the same stats is a joke within a friend group. When we see him on track, I will point it out. But his name, as we see that incident happen, with Dave Higgins. Lucy Nunemacher stuck in it, and it's like a few others just trying to avoid it. Be on the lookout for Pedro. He drives the student driver Cadillac GTP. And he is a raccoon that has found his way into a driving seat. Dave Higgins still there. Okay, now he tows his vehicle. With about 2.5 minutes left, we are almost set to go racing here at Oxford Plains for the first time. Now, another thing to note is this is going to be the only race that we watch the entire qualifying session. When we go to Oxford Plains 2 after this race, we will skip through qualifying. That way, you can just get straight to the action. The reason why we're going through qualifying this time is just so I could explain some of the rules and what the heck we are doing here. It is crazy that we're actually seeing like the GT prototypes not be at the front of the field. It will be interesting down the line of how things will go with that. Especially with the bonus points of most positions gained. Because there is a difference in between one lap pace and race pace. So we'll have to wait and see whenever the race starts up. I forgot to bring that little piece of info up on my side. Apologies about that. But yeah, here at Oxford Plains, to do 200 miles, not even kidding, we are going to have to do 540 laps. Oh my gosh, Zenobia is out of the map. As the session is now over, qualifying is over. And we are here now gridding up for the race session. As I said earlier, Patrick Racer is your pole sitter. Say hello to the UI, by the way. Patrick Racer running the hit and run LMP2. Going through the rest of your field in regards to player drivers and pole sitters for each class. We have Tyler Van Wagner here in P3. Chase Greer in P4. We have Zenobia Quarta here leading LMP3, P7 overall. Travis Johnston, another player driver in the LMP2s, starting P8. Ron Fenton, starting P10, the first GT prototype. We have Rose Ross Visa starting P11. You're going to sense a theme with some of these paint jobs and names. Don't worry. But is the first GT3 driver. Jesse Singleton will be starting P13 in his Cadillac. Jack Nunemacher starting P16. Going throughout, we got Brian McMurray here in P17. Lucy Nunemacher starting P19. Maple Winter is here in P20. Kim Loveland she is starting P21. Daniel Pinkston starting P23. As I said earlier, here is Pedro starting in P28. Completely missed it. Here's Gamer Kid, someone from my live streams, starting P25. We have Matt Mango starting P30 in his BMW GTP. Chase Adele starting P31. Clutch McHarry starting P32. We have myself starting P34. We find Dick Barber starting P38, first Porsche Cup car. P37 is Evan Swanson, also leading GT4s. Dave Higgins starting P38. Damian Ryan P42. And starting MX5s is Izzy. And rounding out the end of year field is Gary Smith, the only player driver in the MX5s. And I would like to go ahead and say thank you truly for the 5 bits. What I probably should do, apologies for that, but I'm going to bring Twitch chat actually over here and modify it so it is more transparent. If I can find it, here it is. Now, no matter where we are and no matter the weather, we will always have almost 5 minutes of just sitting here on the grid. Why? Why not? But let's bring the UI back up and switch the camera. And we wait. You will see that flash come up when I grid on the field, because I will always start the race at the back of the field as a quote-unquote medical car. I will do the first lap, bring it into pit road, and then sit for the next however long the race takes. Current rough estimate says that we will be racing here for the next 2 hours. Other things I can bring up on screen, which is just going to be hectic for a small track like this, is a track map, a weather monitor if we have weather to worry about, with a lot of information. For instance, the track temp is 91, air temp 67. No rain is happening at the start-finish line, and the track is considered dry. Pace car's off, and we are off to race at the beginning of the iRacing series. Patrick Racer's still trying to hold off. Kurt Wilde, and Kurt Wilde will lead that lap. Now, I did talk about how many different classes there are. It will already become a factor here very quickly out around this track. Kurt Wilde's still leading this charge in the LMP2s. As I have just heard a noise. Enjoy the sounds of the race as I go investigate what that noise was. I apologize about that. Something had fallen upstairs and I had to make sure everything was okay. As we continue on, there was a pass. Chase Greer has taken over the lead because of getting around lap traffic, I'm guessing. This is where the MX-5s cause havoc, is what I would call, or chaos. Because you just see, because they can't really go anywhere, they just cause traffic jams. And could change the outcome of the race, for all we know. For instance, Jimmy Fakeben. Yes. That is the Praga paint scheme on an LMP2. Takes the lead, and now got the bonus point for leading a lap. But don't look too far. There's Zenobia in the LMP3, taking the lead with no traffic holding up the LMP2. So Zenobia in an LMP3 leading this race. Still getting around a lot of the lap traffic. We'll go ahead and get rid of the horizontal standings and bring up the big standings list. Just to show, it's like a lot of these drivers, over half the field is already a lap down. bring back the horizontal standings just so it's not as hectic. But we'll also bring up the head-to-head feature. So you can see the gaps of the car ahead and behind for position. Now, Zenobia did just get passed during that last lap by Kurt Wilde, who they're dealing with the MX-5s again. Still got a lot going on. Zenobia already being dropped to P5. Jumping up here to find Kurt Wilde, still leading this race. Chase Greer here in P2. It is surprising that we saw all those holdups and checkups during qualifying, but we haven't seen any in the race to bring out a caution flag. Still following along with Chase Greer here, who's right behind Kurt Wilde. But you are going to notice, if you know some information of what anime series, what as we see Damian Ryan slow on track. He's got damage to his vehicle, it seems, and he's going to be bringing it down pit road. As we have a bottleneck in the back. What brought out this yellow? We see Mitchell Monkey McClurg here. We're going to rewind it and see what caused this caution. As apparently a race that will be recorded next will be Bristol, according to that reward. So let's see here. Oh, so an incident with Taro Catano, Mick Valmont, and Monkey here happens when Taro hits the curb, and it just spun Monkey around. Now it's the chaos of the AI trying to get to their proper positions under caution here. Looks like just saw Daniel Pinkston getting the lucky dog. But yeah, we have Kurt Wilde leading, Chase Greer second, Zenobia leading LMP3 and P4, Issei Hyoto leading GTP and P5, Ron Fenton in P8, as we're double filing it up, it seems. This is where it gets hectic. Oh, I'm sorry, we're not double filed, it's 2 to green. But Tyler Wagner is here in P9, Travis Johnston, P10, Ben Ware is heading to the back. Daniel Pinkston, P11. Kim Loveland says P17, but he keeps changing positions with everyone trying to get to their proper positions. As we just got the 1 to go signal. We'll see how things go. We are back under green flag racing. And Chase Greer gets a good launch off the outside lane. And when instantly going to the inside, Zenobia using her car to get around the outside there. See, Chase Greer still is leading LMP2s, and the LMP3s are apparently just flying around this track. This short oval seems to really benefit their cars. See, as Kazma here gets stuck behind Gary Smith in the MX-5, but Zenobia is still working her way through more lap traffic, which will be a common trend for a lot of the front runners here. I wouldn't be surprised with such short ovals. Dang. Wouldn't be surprised with short ovals of it might even just be one car on the lead lap. As caution is back out on the circuit. I didn't seem to catch what caused it. Oh, it's Kim Loveland. Let's back it up and see what caused this. Oh, Monkey just cut her nose off and couldn't save it after hitting the curb there. Causing a bottleneck and nothing anyone could do. Kim Loveland trying to just get around. We have another pileup trying to go into pit road entrance there. It is going to be interesting to see how Zenobia does starting on the inside. Chase Greer is going to be starting P2 this time. As we get the 1 to go signal. Everyone's going to be doubling up. We'll see how things play out. I am receiving word that we do already have a retirement from this race, and that would be Rias Gremery in the 808 Mercedes GT3. She'll be finishing P44 this race. As we're back, green flag racing. Looks like Zenobia did get a good start. Oh, and is loose. Well held by Zenobia, but Chase Greer is going to try to capitalize on the outside. And it looks like Chase Greer is going to get it. Gets back to the lead as we see Pedro coming out of the pit road. As well as a few others who had to tow during that caution flag. Oh, and Zenobia got stuck behind Gary. Following along here with Chase Greer. But an unfortunate thing that those two buttons are used for two different things. And it looks like Patrick Racer, our pole sitter, working their way around the outside of Chase Greer and gets to the lead. And finally actually leads a lap in this race. They didn't get to lead the first lap. Chase Greer did at the beginning with the move around the outside. Jimmy Fake Bent getting stuck behind traffic. Now, we do have onboard cameras as well that iRacing will randomly cut to, depending on the camera pattern I'm on, as we have another yellow flag out. Trying to see what was the cause. Looks like it's Kamakin Rin and Kim Loveland there again. So let's cut over to the 04. I'm sorry, 03. And find out the reason. Oh, there's a lot going on. So Kim Loveland just came out of pits, making collision with Lucy, and Kamakin Rin was just an innocent bystander. That is unfortunate for Kim and Kamakin Rin. It does look like Rin was able to get her car back going. But what about the rest of this field? Patrick Racer seems to be your leader now. As I have also received word of another driver. A driver that actually got disqualified. Gary Smith has been disqualified for not serving a black flag. That's going to really be hurtful for his points chances. Starting the race already with a 100-point penalty. As we see the field trying to sort through the lapped cars now. before we start doubling up the field again. Patrick Racer still, well, is your leader right now. We do see Ron Fenton leading the GTPs, but does have Ben Ware on his outside. See Cosma being the leader in LMP3s. We do see that after these 6, it looks like it's just lapped cars everywhere. As we're back green flag racing here, and we see Chase Greer trying to go for the outside move again. And makes it work. Starting on that outside lane really is beneficial if you want to keep have the lead. However, I don't think we're done having yellows. I think we're just getting started. Especially for the fact that we're not even... We're 19 minutes into this race, but as we see a flock of cars just leaving pit road after towing, and I'm seeing Gary Smith on track. I thought I heard over the intercom that he got disqualified. Showing him being P38 right now. I'll have to look into that because I definitely was receiving data of him getting DQ'd. During all that, we missed it. Cosma leading LMP3, leading overall. Got around Chase Greer at some point, I'm going to guess because of lap traffic. Cosma trying to keep the lead, just getting around lap traffic. Oh, and that's David Higgins around. We saw it happen there live, but let me back it up. So what happened to him? Did he just get loose as Porsche Cup car? Yes, he did. BJ Honeycutt right there behind him, nowhere for him to go. Oh, and is getting slammed in the back end by Kurt Wilde. And others. Look, it's just a line. Issei Hyoto's just lost his rear spoiler. This pace car just drives through him. Out of curiosity, let me see something here. Yeah, I thought so. There are currently only 4 cars on the lead lap. As we are doubling up again. Oh, the leader has to let someone by, apparently? Gamer Kid had to get around everyone really quick. That can be a danger if, Oh, we've got a delayed green. That helped out. But, wonder what's going to happen here on this start. If it's only the front four on the lead lap, that's already surprising. Pace car being off, we're going to have another restart. And Cosma's made a great jump that time. Chase Greer couldn't do anything about that. Ron Fenton, Ben Ware battling behind him. Except for Cosma here, the other three have not pitted since the start of this race. So tire wear being a factor possibly here. It does help that the LMP3s seem to be favoring this track, at least speed-wise, with their aerodynamics. That is Dick Barber just stuck on the apron there out of turn 4, but no caution being thrown for it. Still sitting there. Wonder what the reason why is. As we see that Chase Greer has gotten passed by both Ben Ware and Ron. And Dick Barber has towed their vehicle. See Ron getting stuck behind GT4s, making Chase Greer get up, back up to third. As that is a cluster of cars. Cosma in the middle of this. Oh, we've got some contact there. As we have another caution for Dave Higgins spinning around in turn 4. Let's rewind and see what happened. I have a feeling he might have had a round 2 of just getting loose out of the corner. Sure does look like it. Oh, he got that right rear, I think, into the marbles. That's one thing you're going to notice with a lot of these tracks is the amount of marbles that will actually be on it. Dave Higgins trying to get his car turned back around the hard way. But he's going to be waiting for the track is clear, but I think he would probably tow by that time. Coming back up here. The Cosma is staying out. The Ron is staying out. Still hasn't pitted yet. But it looks like Chase Greer and Ben Ware both came down pit road that last time. And the problem is, too, I believe each time someone pit time is an extreme factor. Because I believe it's now only Cosma and Ron who are on the lead lap. Lights out on the safety car. Now, the other factor I didn't talk about, which I meant to, is that these drivers do have one fast repair. A lot of them will use it even for the most minute of damage. Actually, all of them will use it for a minute piece of damage. As we're back under green flag racing. That is Chase Greer and Chase Adele out off the track. Hello, Blind Shot. I haven't run through the order in a good bit because we've been dealing with cautions. And Chase Adele and Chase Greer are still on the outside of the track with no caution. That's incredible. But we have Cosma still leading this race. It's Clutch McCarry is slow there. Something's gone on with his car. But we see Ron is leading the player drivers right now, being P2 and leading GTP. Travis Johnston leading LMP2 is P3 overall. Try to find our next... Oh, Clutch McCarry is P7, leading GT3s, but he just came down pit road with some sort of problem with his car. It's going to have Lucy Nunemacher lead GT3s and is P7 now. Chase Greer has is in the middle of a tow. Jesse, you are here in P12 overall. For the fact you started this race P13 and even were flipping during qualifying, I'd say you're doing quite well. Back on camera with our leader, as that is someone to ban. I am not surprised. I'm surprised. Actually, I'm more surprised it took this long for a bot account to come up. I'll give credit where credit's due. The account was created 2 days ago instead of usually like 20 minutes. I did not get YouTube up, YouTube streaming wise. Apparently, I can't multi-stream on OBS, as we are back under caution again. Is it for Dick Barber there on the outside of the track? Seems that it is. But yeah, I did not get the YouTube streaming to work. Like, I haven't found out the way to multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube on OBS. So what I'm doing is I'm actually recording this as I speak, and I'm going to just publish it to YouTube as a video. Is anyone going to watch like a possibly 4 to like 6 hour video of just racing AI? Probably not. But we're here for the chaos. I'm hearing possible word that we have another driver that retired from this race. That driver being Dave Higgins, one of our player drivers. As we see, Patrick Racer got the lucky dog there. As the pace car lights are off again. Getting ready for another restart. With the pace car being off, will Cosma keep their lead? The outside line's been strong, and Ron is there, but he still has yet to pit, so his tires are 111 laps old, and he's not able to stay with Cosma. That is a crazy thing to see, an LMP3 pulling away from a GTP. We do see Travis Johnston trying to take over P2 and is making the move. He has made the move stick. See some drivers. That is one thing. The AI can get black flagged for being in the wrong position, which is why they'll get the black flags in the first place, and why you would hear about people getting disqualified. See that Travis is still working P2 right now. Working in P2, excuse me. But we're back into lap traffic again. And Cosmo is kind of boxed in there. Working through some of this lap traffic. But it's just getting boxed in by this time the GT3 of Taro Catano. And Travis is going to make a move around the outside here. And is going to take over the lead. As they are 3 wide behind him. That is official. Travis has officially led a lap this race. See how well he can keep going here. But we're only past a fifth of this race. Again, we have to do 540 laps around here. So there's still a lot of time. And at this rate, I would say a lot of caution still to come. Going around. Cosma has gotten back around Travis. I looked away for a moment, and the lead's back to Cosma. That just goes to prove how much can change in just a second. Hello, Gamer Kid. How you doing? Welcome to the nightmare. See Cosma getting held up by lap traffic again. That's great that you're doing good. Oh, yeah. The fact that we actually do this race twice is what's probably even more crazy. The first race, or at least one of the races, has caution flags enabled, and then the other one will have them disabled. So it'll be even more of a nightmare with the wrecks. But I'm learning that this track does suffer from the issue of if a wreck is outside the track area, like not on the racing surface, as we see Travis has made a pass for the lead, that they will not throw the caution. So that's an interesting thing to learn. See that Ben Ware is here in P6, working around the outside of Travis, getting his lap back the hard way, as Cosma uses the opportunity to get around Travis as well. But again, lap traffic is going to be such a factor with how short the course is. Oh, as we actually see you, Gamer Kid, hitting this time. Yeah, that's anywhere though. The fact that we have cars as fast as the GTPs, as we're under caution again. As it's actually for Zenobia. Let's rewind and see why. Oh, Zenobia. Oh, made contact with Gary Smith and just made them understeer off the track. But that's not what brought out the yellow. That's what brought out the yellow. Her coming to a slow stop there on the exit of turn 4. Either the AI, well, technically they're all cheating because their skill is set to 125%. It looks like Cosma in the LMP3 still going to lead this race and will lead at the restart. And it will be Travis on their outside. We'll say it is another feature of how short the oval is here. There's only 5 cars on the lead lap. Or not. We'll see here. We'll see if Issei Hyodo here, who seems to have been given the lucky dog, if he's being put on the lead lap. It does seem to be that way, though. Going to see here. Oops. We're going to be getting the 1 to go call here. We'll see who has the better traction here with 94 lap old tires. Patrick Racer in P3 does have 65 laps on their tires, but I don't know if they're going to be able to have the same kind of grip. The outside has been strong on these starts, but the LMP3 has been strong in this entire race as we are back green flag racing. And we see that Patrick Racer already making a look down the inside of Travis. Doesn't seem to be able to make it stick this time. And Cosma is just going to pull away as fast as he can. As we see some drivers coming down pit road shortly after the green flag, meaning they got a black flag. Damian Ryan included there. Just saw for a glimpse there, but Kurt Wild there in that blue LMP2 got loose into entry. Cosma had been pushed out of the way. He's about to lose per P1 and 2 because of Travis and Patrick right there. Lap traffic being a factor again in not being able to get much movement. But yeah, Travis has the lead. Racer moved to the outside lane, but both lanes here are just stuck behind GT4s, and Pedro does not want to move out of the lane. He does get the inside lane there, so this is going to freight train the outside. Travis Johnston leading this race. I've just overheard word that Gary Smith might have been disqualified again. If we get another caution, I will investigate to see if Gary Smith's even on track right now. We still have Travis leading this race, Cosma leading LMP3 and P2 overall, Patrick Racer being P3. Got to find Ron in P4 leading GTP. Try to find where all of our other drivers are. GT3 leaders Lucy Nunemacher, P8 overall. Clutch McHarry is in P9 with Maple Winter. They're in P10 as they're 3 wide with Pedro for a split second. Jesse Singleton's sitting P11 overall. Case Greer P12. Jack Nunemacher being P14. Brian McMurray P15. Chase Adele, we saw them off the track earlier, is P18 right now. Tyler Wagner being P21 right now. Pedro, we saw them go 3 wide, just went 3 wide there for a split second. Is P22. Daniel Pinkston being P23. Evan Swanson is leading GT4s, being 24th overall, but does have Alec Woodwright going around him for position. We have myself here in P27. As we see Gary Smith back out on track, so I guess he wasn't disqualified. Find Zenobia recovered to P28 right now. Find out Gamer Kid is not on, is in pit road right now, being P32, but is going to drop down probably some more positions. Matt Mango, we find him P34. Kim Loveland is P35. Damian Ryan is P36. And the MX5 leader is Isabel Izzy Diaz, being P40 right now. We do find out that Gary Smith is not on track. He might have actually been disqualified. We saw him exit, but did he serve a black flag or not? We see Dave Higgins is not on track. He might... Yeah, he has retired from the race, and as well as Rhea Scremery retired. And then there's me, which you don't see with this camera angle. Cut back to the leaders, and it is a side-by-side battle with Travis Johnston and Kazma Ara. As I think I just saw the lone MX-5 now off the track in the dirt. As we are back under yellow for that exact reason. There's Izzy there on the exit of turn 4, just stopped on track. This is going to make it interesting. Does any of the leaders come down pit road? Doesn't look like any of them are. So Travis still leading with Cosma P2. P3 is Patrick Racer. Ron is in P4. We find Issei Hyoto being P5, but he might get lapped here if he's not careful. And he has indeed been lapped. We have just gotten the 1 to go signal. It is now we're gonna see who is gonna be better on 125 lap old tires. Will it be Travis, the control car, or Cosma, the LMP3 on the outside? We'll see as the pace car comes off the track. Travis has control. We're green flag racing, and Cosma's already ahead for a moment, and there goes Cosma around the outside. That the LMP3s are so strong around this track. Usually the LMP3s are battling with GT3s on road courses, but around here at Oxford Plains, they are just up at the front and will not give up. Already pulling over a 1.5-second gap to Travis. You are not winning, but you've definitely been in contention this entire race. You are currently P2, Travis. In fact, we'll have the camera focused on you as you're probably going to catch the leader more because you're back with lap traffic. You actually now have Ron directly behind you who is on much fresher tires, actually. Right now, it is a almost, 2.5 second gap to the leader, and Cosma is just pulling away. Lap traffic not seem to slowing them down, but they are slowing you down. You're still going strong. It's now 3.5 seconds to the leader. Oh, you just saw contact there in between Evan and Issei there. And it looks like Cosma is getting stuck behind traffic. Some traffic. But still doing their best to try to get through it. You've got to get around a lot of these lap cars. I think the only way for you to get back up there is to have another caution, but don't know when that will happen. Cosma still leading this race, but it's pulled that gap to 4 seconds. Around a short course like this, this might just be that good rhythm to just pull away. Especially when you're going 3 wide on the outside trying to get around lap traffic. See, that Patrick Racer is P3. Ron is P4. See here. A whole lot can happen though. We may be 55 minutes in, but we are 194 laps in of the 540 we need to complete this time. Oh, and Cosma is getting held up by traffic. This might actually be the perfect time for Travis to catch up. Oh, and Cosma goes 4 wide. 4 wide to get around lap traffic. That is extremely aggressive. But sometimes you got to be aggressive to keep a good lead. And it seems there's a car spun around on the pit entry, but that's not considered the racing surface, apparently. Who is that? That's Taro Catano. Oh, and Dick Barber's been spun around. That is a caution. Dick Barber there just sitting. Oh, and Cosma brings it in. The leader is on pit road. But Travis is staying out. With Travis staying out, what will happen? Because how many cars does that make it be on the lead lap? Because we're going to see here, as Travis crosses the line again, that Cosma is back out on track. So Cosma didn't lose a lap during that. But we are going to see... That's the noise I was expecting to hear. We have just been given the 1 to go signal, and all the wave arounds have got to get around the pace car. The question's going to be, will they all do it before? And they will, because they've delayed the green. So it seems to be only the front two, I'm sorry, the front 3 on the lead lap. That being the 3 front runners, all leading their respective class. Travis Johnston, LMP2, Ron Fenton, GTP, and Cosma leading LMP3. As we're going to have the restart. And Travis is off. What's going to be the danger is the fact that Cosma hit that last time and is already past Ron on the inside here. Zenobia there, P23 overall, but might be trying to use Cosma to get around these other cars. But Cosma's blocked in. Oh, and Ron and Travis make contact. 3 wide for the lead, and Cosma to the lead. With those fresh tires, we wouldn't be surprised to see Cosma just pull away now. But Cosma's loose. Gotta get through the fresh tire phase. As they are catching up to some more lap traffic. And it has been brought to my attention, there's a reason why probably that the lap traffic hasn't been as hectic as it was at the start. Because the other MX-5, Izzy, has retired from this race. So there are no more MX-5s on the track. Cosma's still the leader. Travis Johnston trying to stay with them, but there is a large tire freshness gap. Cosma pit that last time, and Travis is still on, what was it, 166 laps currently on his tires. Still a lot that can happen though, because we're getting close to just only halfway. Cosmo getting stuck with traffic. But I think for Cosmo, just because of the fact of being in the lead with the freshest tires, just ride. Get her through the traffic as best you can, but I wouldn't take any unnecessary risks. But I'm not an AI. That's a weird sense. As they go 4 wide and heavy contact, I think, right there with Patrick Racer. One thing I'm noticing is that the LMP3 doesn't like being on the inside lane as Cosma making contact, saving their car. Oh, and that's extreme damage to Cosma. Cosma's got a meatball flag. Cosma is going to be bringing it down pit road this time. That's incredibly unfortunate for the leader. That's going to give Ron the lead. Follow along here with Cosma. Must be extreme steering damage. And Cosma is just going to be dropping through the field. Travis is P2, but Ron in the GTP capitalizing from that and is now in the lead of this race. We do see Cosma did still have their fast repair. So Cosma's already back out on track, but has lost a lot of time. No. Oh, and we're back under yellow. Dick Barber has spun again in turns 3 and 4. And Taro Catano spun round 2 on pit entry. I think you would enjoy racing in this, like physically racing in this. The only problem is dealing with it being 540 laps. Now, we do see that Ron is going to be our leader and did not pit. Oh, yeah, it does still sound like fun. I don't know why I don't like TV1. It seems way too zoomed in for me. As we see, actually, Jesse, you getting the wave, the lucky dog. Now, by some sort of event, Evan Swanson is ahead of the leader and is stuck behind the pace car. Nothing we can do about it right now, but does mean Evan will get the wave around as we go double file. It is Ron leading this. And that's development. Travis Johnston and Patrick Racer, Cosma as well, all are towing their vehicles. They got stuck behind the wrecked cars as we're back green flag racing. That is interesting development, because it dawned on me that Ron was the only lead lap car at the front of the field. But no, Ron is leading this race and is the only car on the lead lap. Travis Johnston and Patrick Racer are back out on track. Cosma is back out on track too. You see them there. But now, I believe Ron's got like multiple laps of a gap to P2. Well, that was just Dustin Owen there in the Mercedes GT3, just stopped at pit entry, where the AI will drive to for pit entry. Right there. Just sitting there. And that is apparently not to cause for a caution. Who is P2 right now? You are. Here you are. But you are now laps down. Let's find out how many laps down by changing the layout really quick. Bringing in the normal standing instead of horizontal. Please secure the... You are now, according to this, 4 laps down. Because you got involved in that last wreck and had to tow your vehicle. I think you just probably came to a stop on track and just couldn't do anything about it. But you have a 3-lap gap to P3. So it means that only Ron in the Porsche Cup, in the Porsche GTP here is the only car on the lead lap. With still 303 laps to go. There's still plenty of time for more cautions. We definitely keep on seeing them. Speaking of which, there's a caution. How the heck did I call that out? Who is wrecked? BJ Honeycutt? Oh, and I have wrecked. What caused me to wreck? Please. What caused me to wreck here? Let's back it up and find out. Three wide in the middle. Oh, BJ Honeycutt hits the curb and just sent me around. I just saw Zenobia tow their vehicle. As we see some people making pit stops. Let's see. Ron has stayed out on track still. Has done 103 laps on these tires. But that's probably where some laps will be gained by the other drivers is when Ron pits. We see Cosma beating the pace car out. I'm going to guess that's a Twitch clip of me calling out about the yellow, huh? Yep. Renowned, courageous walrus people's champ. Sometimes those names are just so funny. I know it's randomly generated, but it's still sometimes really funny. Alright. Ron starting this race, well, restarting. Still the only car on the lead lap. And Travis, you are back here in the back because you got the lucky dog. Let's see. Ron with the restart. Doesn't really have to do much. Just make sure he keeps his car straight. That's all he's got to do. Case in point, Chase Greer just making the move around the outside as we're back under yellow for Dick Barber spinning out of turn 4. I was wondering why people looked slow there. See that Ron is still staying out on track right now. Did not come down pit road. With how many times Dick Barber has spun around, I'm surprised their AI haven't retired his car. See that Ron is still going to be restarting in the lead here. See, jockeying for position back there, trying to get around cars. Hopefully they're in the right position or someone's getting black flagged as we are going back green flag racing now. Ron's still leading. Chase Greer not getting, oh, never mind, getting around the outside. Last time apparently didn't get around around Ron in time as Jimmy just squeezing his way into the inside lane there. And it looks like others are still trying to get their laps back the hard way. Patrick Racer's one of them. Patrick Racer, I believe, is 7 laps down, trying to get to... Yeah, I thought about that, but if Pedro is anything to go by, it's not always beneficial. Still leading this race. Let's go through our field actually as we have less than 300 to go. So Ron is leading this race and leading GTP. Travis is in P2 leading LMP2. We find Cosma here in P4 leading LMP3. Jesse has moved his way up to P5. Tyler Wagner moved his way to P7. We find Maple Winter. I think we saw them back in the 20s a little while ago. Has moved his way up to P11. Daniel Pinkston is right now P12. Chase Greer, P13. We find Shirako Takimoto leading GT3s, being P15 overall. We find Pedro being P16, just stuck behind traffic. Chase Adele in the middle of 3 wide, being P17 overall. Evan Swanson is P21 overall, leading GT4s. Kim Loveland, she is in P22. Brian McMurray is P23. Clutch McCary is being P24 right now. Find Gamer Kid being P27. Lucy Nunemacher being P28. Jack Nunemacher in P30. We find myself here in P31. Matt Mango, not had a good race so far, being P34. Damian Ryan, he's currently P36. Dick Barber is the only Porsche Cup car still racing around the track and is P40. The last car actually racing around the track, because we have Izzy leading MX5 but is retired from the race. Gary Smith being P42, but disqualified from the race. Dave Higgins is P43, retired from the race, and Rias Gremery in the GT3 being retired from the race. And then there's me, who you don't see on camera. There I am. Back up with the leader, we see that Ron is still leading this race. But I will say, Travis, that could be a factor too. Is that you choose, like having someone choose what the next race could be insane. Now, I actually have a question in regards to your track choice. Because actually I've been wanting to ask someone. In regards to Bristol, Bristol is the only track that has this, that there's the single pit road and double pit road. Do I do both configurations? Because dual pit road? But my thing is, like, do both? Okay, never mind. My original thought was, if I know for sure that there's not going to be any cautions, I'd probably make it be a dual pit road. As we're back under yellow because I have spun around. Yay! Why am I spun around? What happened? Yeah, do both? Okay. It's going to make cautions interesting with dual pit road, I think. Oh, I hit the curb and just hit Mick. And just a lazy spin around. So that means, though, that after these 2 races, we have 4 races at Bristol. Oh, development. I don't know why I've been saying development a lot. But Ron, our leader, comes down pit road. How long will he be down? How long will he be down here on pit road? Because will he go multiple laps down? Also, everyone that's getting waiver rounds. Oh, no. Following along with Ron here. Is he going to get out before the pace car? Yes. So I hope you're ready to see this. But there's going to be a lot of waiver rounds. I'd like to also bring attention to, look at the amount of marbles outside the racing line. Oh, Taro Kotano just slapped the side of the LMP2 of Hatsune Miku. Oh, other cars getting black flags for pit exit being closed. And just keep the camera focused on Ron here. As we actually see Travis dropping to the back here. He must have just come out of pit road or something, because why is he dropping to the back? Oh, we're getting ready for the green flag here. And Ron is in turns 1 and 2 for this start. These wave rounds getting really cheated out of it. As we are back green flag racing. There's not going to be any. As we see me come back on track. I keep on thinking that the AI is just going to slide up into the track. But we see that Ron's still obviously leading. Now, since Ron's got fresh tires, wonder how long he's gonna go. I think I just heard sliding. But I don't see any car off the track, so we're obviously staying green. Zenobia trying to get a lap back the hard way sideways through 3 and 4. Not able to make it stick because of the GT4. Oh, Zenobia looking to make it almost 3 wide. Zenobia is fighting hard to get a lap back the hard way. I will say, right now, unless something changes, Zenobia will be getting bonus points no matter what. I say no matter what. A lot can still happen. Zenobia currently does have the fastest lap of the race, as it is 3 wide ahead of the race leader. As we see Evan Swanson coming down pit road. Might have been one of the cars that took a wave around and needed to pit. Oh, wreck right in front of the leader. What even happened? Oh, it was Zenobia. Gets hit with Dustin Owen, excuse me. And almost flipping. You see cars checking up, and there was a spoiler flipping around. What is happening with that piece of bodywork? It is going to be flipping through the inside. See a lot of cars just being stopped on track. I think Dustin's not stuck. Still dealing with problems that some of these AI are just getting stuck behind each other. We'll do a run through our field here soon, once all the madness has kind of died down, but we'll have to be quick about it. Which I think it has died down, so let's quickly go through our field. Ron is still leading the race. Travis is still P2, but laps down. Cosma apparently has the lucky dog. Jesse is now in P4. Find Patrick Racer as Toad. And the rest of the field, obviously a lap down. But Ron is still the only car on the lead lap, being the leader. With the pace car being off, we're going to be back under green flag conditions. racer coming back out on the pit road. Don't be surprised if you see a complete flux of cars coming out of pit road here in a moment. Ron's still leading this race. He's obviously just got to keep his car facing forward, and he'll do quite well, I think. That Travis trying to get one of his laps back the hard way. And is thwarted by lap traffic. Need a close-up on your paint? Sure. That would probably be a good idea. Obviously, Ron has picked just the standard Porsche livery. Actually, this will be a good use of TV1, actually. Get a good shot of the 919 Tribute kind of paint on the Porsche GTP. Travis is Lightning McQueen. And here's Jesse in the Birds Aren't Real Cadillac. Tyler Van Wagner is in a Toyota GR paint scheme, but an anime version. See, Maple Winter has chosen a 46 Skechers type paint scheme. Pedro, I talked about him earlier, is in the student driver paint job. Daniel Pinkston is in a pearlescent Cadillac paint job. Chase Greer is in a Mercedes Patronus livery for his LMP2. Chase Adela has chosen a Napa Auto Parts Cadillac. Evan Swanson has chosen a BMW Sauber type livery for his BMW GT4. Brian McMurray chose a Kraken bourbon type Audi GT3. Clutch McCary in the America Mustang. See here, Kim Loveland just chose a standard yellow Cadillac because she liked that paint job. Lucy Nunemacher in a Speedweed BMW. Jack Nunemacher did not choose to be in this, but I picked a BMW for him, and he usually keeps seeing him in camo paint jobs, so chose that for him. Matt Mango chose the bottom gear BMW paint job. Damian Ryan chose this Pennzoil Porsche GT4. Excuse me. Gamer Kid chose the Hoonigan Porsche GT3. You see some cars in pit road there. I chose my own Teku inspired GT3 Mustang because why not? Let's see here. And I can't show Gary Smith or Dave Higgins' paint jobs because they are no longer in this race. So sorry about that. Check back in with Ron here. Still leading this race and is still the only car on the lead lap. If I just read that right at the top of the screen, he's got a 4-lap gap to Travis right now. I don't know if we'll actually get this race done in 27 minutes like it's predicting. Have to wait and see. I will say, having this be a lapped race now will actually make it easier to tell people how many laps are left in the race. Instead of with the time one, where having to do the equation of the 5-minute grid time plus the pace lap. Again, because of those MX-5s, those two MX-5s no longer racing, one getting DQ'd, one retiring, it has made it that there is less traffic, as there's a complete crash there on the exit of turn 2. Lizard. What happened here? Oh, there's more to this. So, it seems Mick Valmont hit the curb and was out of control. Hit BJ Honeycutt, who will then go and slam the outside wall heavily. I didn't even see that. Then Dustin Owen and Zenobia had nowhere to go. But that is extensive damage to the race cars. If they don't have their fast repair anymore, those cars are going to have some hefty repair times, I think. I'm surprised Mick is deciding to even attempt to try to drive. And he's towed his vehicle. As we have more track blocking in the back of it from the wreck. We catch back up with Ron here. Whoa. Thank you for the 69 bits. Nice. I don't have the alerts go off during this, but thank you. I do notice something. Cosma is now P2. I think Travis got involved in that to stack up and had to tow his vehicle. But it's still going to be Ron leading this race. Ron now has a 7-lap gap to the next car, who is Cosma, who is leaving pit road now. And we are back under green flag conditions. And looks like Miku going around the outside. The LMP2s just seem to be stronger than the GTP over the first few laps. For race manipulation. I wasn't the cause of the last caution. See some drivers coming out of pit road now. Chase Adele getting a lap back the hard way. Oh. Yeah, but that could have been anyone. See that with a lot of the drivers here. That plus, I can't give out penalties. The race has already happened, and I don't get to see the incidents until now. As we are back under yellow. And I don't know why. I thought I saw a car stopped at the exit of turn 4. I did. Mitchell Monkey McClurg is stopped there. You can't even see him in this camera angle. There he is. What happened with him? Oh, he is 3 wide here going in turn 3. Oh, Cosma hit the inside, and that is a heavy hit for Mitch. I don't think he's going to leave there. See there in the corner there, Dustin Owen in pit road doing damage repair. As Ron's going to stay out again, which isn't a surprise. Because it seems like they want to go like 150-ish laps before they make a pit stop. And looks like Maple Winter is the one that gets the lucky dog this time. See him trying to come up through the field. There's the 1 to go call, but it's already been called off. So a delay of green again. Oh, Dubsta, thank you for the 1 bit. As we are now back under 1 to go. But Pedro is on the outside. Blind shot, thank you for the 1 bit. Back under green flag, and Pedro getting the better of GP, thank you for the 1 bit. Oh gosh. Pedro's gotten a lap back the hard way. Thank you for the 3 bits. See Ron still leading this race. Blizzard. There's Dustin Owen back out on track after his damage repair and has gotten that front bumper back on his car. Nothing else really going on, at least in the leader's perspective. Let's go through our field and see if we got any close battles. So Cosma, being P2, is currently 7 laps down. Maple Winter, didn't even realize it, has gotten up to P3. Maple to P3 with all this going on. Travis has dropped back to P4, but is still the first LMP2. But he's got Patrick Racer right behind him. So this is a battle for P4. Thank you for the 3 bits. Oh, that's Dick Barber getting loose in the corner again. Gosh. How many pennies am I going to be getting this stream alone? Well then. We see that Patrick Racer has gone around Travis, but Travis is now on his outside. But there's just a lot of cars and lap traffic ahead of him. Oh, thank you for the gift sub to GP. Enjoy that sub. I don't really have any good emotes, so I'm sorry about that. And thank you all for the bit. That is extremely supportive, and I love it. Definitely don't deserve any of it, but it is much appreciated. So it looks like Patrick Racer has pulled away from Travis because he's gotten stuck in more lap traffic. See here if we find any more races going on. We see Pedro is still doing well here. Truly, thank you for the 20 months. The entire chat is just spammed with bits and stuff, and it's mind-boggling to me. Continuing to look through for any close battles. Jesse's here in P10, Daniel P11. Blind Shot, thank you for another gift sub to the community. Ghoulish Paragon got it this time. Do I even... I don't know if I even have shoutouts set up. Let me see. Whoops. It's a slash. Does that work? Nope. That's actually something I never thought to even set up. Alright, continuing on. Let's see here. This is kind of a close battle. Got a battle kind of brewing in between Clutch McCary and Brian McMurray. How the hell were you not following, or did you unfollow and refollow? Still trying to find any good battles going on. I mean, this is a battle for position. Damian Ryan there in the Porsche GT4, but it's up against Mark Wilde in a GT3 Porsche, so not much of a battle, but it's already happened. Go back to our leader for now. As we're working lap 377 of 540. There's still so much of the race going on. I don't know what really to follow. That is 3 wide behind the lead. And I don't think any of that part of the 3 wide is for position. No, they're not. Because it's P12, 33, and 20. Again, thank you all so much for the bits. I still don't deserve any of these. Following along here with Cosmo, still leading at LMP3, but MP and P2 overall. I hate to say it, you guys are actually stun locking me with all of these bits. Because I'm just questioning why. of all people. Why me? Like, are you guys having some sort of battle of who donates the most bits? Oh my gosh, that was Dick Barber mounting a car. Hold on, we're backing this up and going over here. And truly, thank you for gifting a sub to Lil Just. Let's see here. Let's see the... Didn't get to use this camera yet, but here's the gyro cam from Dick Barber's point of view. What happened? What the heck just happened? Is this an actual thing of netcode with the curb? That is just straight curb. You're just going to see Dick Barber launch to the right here into Dustin Owen. Nothing for him to do in that. That is incredible to see. As we still see a mess of cars here. Is Ron going to be stuck? Oh, is the leader going to get stuck here? I think he might. Oh. Oh, he's getting pit maneuvered. Still not going. The leader has towed his vehicle. We will have a change for the lead, as others are still stuck over there. So this is a chance for Cosmo to get a lot of laps back here. Have it be on this camera view just so we can actually see. Why are those certain... What is Dick Barber doing up here? The race estimate says that we'll be done in 7 minutes, but there's still 160 odd laps to go here. So, what is happening? Oh. Checkups. Some more checkups for cars just being stopped on track. Luckily, they got it sorted. You guys are crazy. Like, genuinely, why? Why are you donating bits to me? Okay, we have the 1 to go signal, but who's the control car? It looks like we're back under... Yeah, we're back racing. And I don't know who the control car was. Oh, but according to this, Ron is back out on track, but he's currently sitting in pit road. As we're back under yellow with P2 spinning. What happened with P2? Makes contact with Rin and almost just fully flipped their car. You see Cosma just stuck here. Cosma is going to tow their vehicle. I can already tell. But the leader's still in pit road. Still sitting here. So they're not the control car. It's not going to be Cosma. Travis was P3. It's telling me Issei Hyoto would be... He's getting the lucky dog, it seems. Is what it looks like. It's either that or he's moving to the front of the field to be the control car, but... And now Ron's back out on track. Oh, and Issei's coming down pit road. Ron's moving to the end of the longest line for leaving a closed pits, it seems. But now, what's going to happen here? So, if Ron is stuck at the back of the field, does anyone get... like the wave around? How does this work? I'm trying to get us... Yeah. We're gonna lose some of the info here, but there's everyone getting the wave around. Who becomes the control car? We're back under green flag racing, but I still don't know what's happening here. Ron is back out on track, has lost some of his laps of advantage. There's just a car stopped there at pit exit, but no caution for it apparently. Because it's Ron and P leading the race. It's Pedro here in P2. Cosma's right in front of him, like... But what even happened there? Well, right back with Ron. See, Cosma is coming up to get at least a lap back, possibly the hard way. Especially with an outside move on fresh tires. Looks like Pedro is also going to try. Are you out? Let's find out. But Pedro is P2, surprisingly. Cosma leading LMP3 and P3. Jimmy Fake Bent leading LMP2 and P4. Travis, you're back here in P6. So it's not been overly bad with all these yellows and people having to tow their vehicles, but there's still a lot of race to go. race session timer, I say timer, but the estimate of when we would get done with the race has reached 0, but we still have over 100 laps to go. Like, we have 145 to go. I'm sorry. 135. I was going off of the lap counter of P3, who is multiple laps down. Now, I will leave you with the sounds of racing for a little bit, as I have to step away. Please don't do anything too crazy. Just please. I apologize about that. I am back and just in time for another caution. As Kazuma has spun again. Well, let's back it up and see why. Was it all by themselves? Yep. And almost flipped it. That is going to be a common trend for the LMP3. Is that they have so much aero and tire grip, they will just flip over at some point. So, with that being said, let's see and go through the field. Ron is still leading this race with Pedro being P2, Cosma being P3 but has towed their vehicle, Issei being P4, which actually I think just got upgraded to P3. It did. And now that all the bit donations have died down, probably jinxing it, I do want to say thank you to all of you that were donating bits. I still don't know why you would be. God damn it. But, it is much appreciated from all of you. I don't deserve any of it. I might be able to provide, I'll say decent, if not decent, like barely any decency of content. But if those, all the bits mean that trying to find the right words, if I not respected but appreciated, then I am entirely grateful. As we are back green flag racing, as we go past that sentiment mark. For reference, this is the most number of bits or even any kind of donations I have ever received. The only thing that tops it is a single, I think it was a $25 donation from years ago. See, Ron is, yeah. Whose emo is this? Oh, Blind Shot's actual lizard. Okay. Like, he that's his actual emo. Okay. That doesn't mean you donate 100 bits to me. Though I appreciate it. I don't deserve it. Are you guys upgrading instead of 1 bit to 100 bits? Or is Blind Shot still trying to just stay top of the bit leaderboard? On a different note, we are under 100 laps to go. And Blind Shot has gifted another sub. This time Gamer Kid received it. Enjoy that. Now that we've gone under 100 laps to go, let's go through the field and find all of our racing drivers and class leaders. Never mind, that's Cosma actually flipping through the air, I think. Let me find Cosma. What happened with Cosma? Oh my god, he actually was flipping. What happened? Oh, same thing as last time, but... oh my god, actually flipped. Sure, it was also off the nose of Jimmy Fake Vent there. But the fact that Cosma actually flipped is incredible. But I guess now that we're going through this with the caution, we'll make it somewhat easier. So Ron is still leading to a flip. Ron is leading this race and leading GTP by a couple laps. Pedro being P2, actually just got the lucky dog. And Patrick Racer is here in P4, leading LMP2. Travis is P5. Tyler Van Wagner is P7. Cosma still, even though after flipping and all the other incidents he's been in, still leading LMP3 in P8 overall of all places. Daniel Pinkston in P9. Chase Adele battling with positions being P11. Jesse Singleton being P13. Chase Greer 14th. Kim Loveland 15th. Butch McHarry leading GT3 in P16. Brian McMurray P17. Evan Swanson leading GT4 in P18. It switched to P17 for a split second. Jack Nunemacher, P19. Rocco towing. Maple Winter in P20, it says here. Matt Mango, P21, as we're going back Green Flag Racing. Damian Ryan in 23rd. Gamer Kid, P26. Myself in P29. Lucy, P31. Nick Barber, being the only Porsche Cup car still, is P35. And according to this, drivers that have retired are Kurt Wild, Izzy, who is still leading, will lead MX5 and win MX5. Gary Smith, who got DQ'd. Dave Higgins, and Rhea Scrimmery. As we're back under yellow again. Looks like it was the Novia involved. So let's back it up and find out why. Oh, Zenobia just making a room move around Evan and just almost flipped herself. And I'm noticing a small problem. So we follow with the pace car for a little bit. I could tell I will probably be losing my voice. Oh, Travis is towing again. So is Issei. It says Pedro's in the lead because Ron is towing as well. So Pedro leading this race. Unofficially, I should say. Because he's multiple laps down. Looks like we've just got the 1 to go signal and everyone's getting the wave around. And it's going to be unknown again who's the control car. I thought so. It is Pedro being the control car. And we're back green flag racing somehow. Now, I don't know if Pedro's going to keep the lead or actually officially get the lead here. I don't know if he will or not. I'm watching my stat page over here. Ron is back on track and is P2. So Pedro is leading this race. The Trash Panda himself is leading this race. That's Mark Wilde off the track back there, if you saw in the background. Pedro has officially led a lap in this race and gets the bonus points for it. Yep, there's Mark Wilde in that GT3. Just sitting on the exit of turn 2. And it not bringing out a yellow. This is a fantastic time if you're a Pedro fan for him leading this race. He's not going to lead the most laps, but that will be fine for this case. The question is, where is Ron in this? Oh, Damian Ryan brings his car to a stop, and we are under yellow. Ben Ware on the exit of turn 4. What's he doing out there? Let's back that up and find out what caused this accordion effect. So looking here, Damian Ryan just washes up into Ben Ware, who that contact just made he couldn't turn and goes off the track. Did he just hit did he hit the outside wall there? Just about. If he did, he only got slight damage or no damage at all. Let's catch up and see. So Ron and Pedro are on the same lap. And Pedro's coming down pit road. That gives Ron the lead. That gives Ron the lead back, but how long is Pedro going to be in pit road? Let's have the camera focused on him and see why. Or not why, how long he'll be in pit road. If he's in here for longer than a lap, it's going to be unfortunate. He's officially lapped. But this could just be standard. Yeah, it's just a standard pit stop. For the GTPs, it just takes that long. So Pedro from the lead will be a lap down. Oh, are you 19th, gamer kid? Let's jump around and see. Nope, you are... Thing, you're actually P27. It's just... There are cars that are towing, and Race Labs doesn't give those positions. As we are back, green flag racing with Ron back in the lead. I do want to apologize. I know the stream chat, like the chat on stream, doesn't see it, but you see it in the actual chat of Moobot. I do apologize that we don't have any music playing. I do have music playing, it's just muted. But that is because I don't remember if recording has music muted or not, so I don't want to take that chance. But to continue with the race here, Ron is leading this race. Patrick Racer is P2, but Pedro is right there. But Gamer Kid, there is a benefit to you being a player driver. The player drivers do have priority, is what I'll call it, to be in all the races. This track can only hold 45 cars, so there are drivers in the AI Racing Series that couldn't make the race. Along here with Patrick Racer for a little bit. If I'm understanding this right, Patrick Racer's only one lap down from the leader, who's right there in front of him. Yeah. Patrick Racer is now back on the lead lap and got it the hard way. Just being on that outside line can just be that much faster. We're going to stick with Patrick Racer here. Now, Patrick Racer was our pole sitter. So seeing Patrick still being up here is fantastic. They've had their ups and downs, but the fact they've been able to stay even P2 right now is a fantastic race for them. Patrick Racer getting stuck behind traffic. I have received word that there is actually another driver that is retired from this race. That being Shirako Takimoto in the Mustang GT3. Depending on how many laps everyone else can do, Shirako will be dropping down the order list. Didn't even realize until just now Pedro has gotten lapped by well, obviously Pedro is still 1 lap down. Actually, I think he might be 2 laps down now. But Patrick Racer has passed Pedro. Patrick Racer's not got much of a gap if he wants to stay on the lead lap. Ron is right there behind him. Oh, Zenobia getting loose and unsettled behind him. We are at 40 to go this next time by. A lot can still happen in that time frame as Ron is so wide in turns 3 and 4. What is happening with Lucy? Lucy is just dropping like a rock. Where is she? I think we're under yellow now. Yeah, we are under yellow. Lucy has stopped on track. Why is Lucy stopped? Possible contact right there? Yeah. Contact, just making multiple contacts with cars. And Lucy's got a meatball and is just trying to get off the track. That's even more damage. And she brings her car to a stop and will tow. Oh, and Ron's coming down pit road, probably to do some damage repair. But that means everyone that stays out right now will get a waiver round. Except the fact that Patrick Racer did not pit and was still on the lead lap. But is the third car from the end in this line. Ron has already exited pit road. So Patrick Racer, with 129 laps on his tires, will lead for the restart, but Ron will be starting on the outside with fresh tires. Here come all the wave arounds. We're still on for the restart. We're green flag racing. Ron took the green. Because not all of the drivers taking the wave around took the wave around in time. In this series, apparently that is completely legal. But Patrick Racer going down the inside, making the move 3 wide with Ron. Makes it stick and will get the lead back. How will Ron respond? As there's some cars coming out of pit road. Pedro being one of them. Still P3 for him. $30 to go. We're just blazing through these last few laps. Patrick Racer still leading this race. Started on pole and is back, been keeping himself near the lead and in the lead right now. He's got a 2-second gap to Ron behind him. Obviously, everyone's dealing with lap traffic. So much can still happen. Patrick Racer getting held up right now by this GT4. A question does come to mind. Does Patrick Racer have enough fuel? I would think he would. But a lot can still happen. Still getting held up by this GT4. Ron's on the inside. Ron is going to take the lead here. All thwarted. But Patrick Racer's free of the lap car. Can he get back to Ron and pass? He's going to be running out of laps here. He's stuck on the inside because of Alec Wood. Ron keeping this lead, trying to make a gap. While Patrick Racer's just being forced 3 wide just to try to get back to Ron. Ron now getting held up by a GT3 and an LMP3 on his outside of Zenobia. Got another LMP3 coming. Might hold him up. Nope, he's going to get around Brian McMurray there. But Patrick Racer's in sight. With less than 20 to go, what's going to happen? Who's going to win this race? Gap being 2 seconds. It just continues to grow. Patrick Racer getting stuck behind a GT3 of Clutch McCary. There was a slow car there, or a stopped car there on the pit exit, but no caution. A late race caution here could spell the end of Ron's chances of winning. Because if these two start side by side, I think Patrick Racer's got it. But that's meaning we have to have a yellow. With 15 to go, I don't know if we've got enough time. Hello, Clutch. Hey, fun little fact. Pedro is P3. Pedro has led the race. But right now, it's a battle in between Ron and Patrick Racer. These two are on the same lap. But we're coming up to 10 to go. And Patrick Racer just keeps on getting held up by traffic. I think Ron's got this Ron's got this finish. Nine to go. 9 laps to go. Ron almost getting contact there by Ravel. Catching up to a group of lap traffic. This could be what Patrick Racer needs, but he's running out of laps. Ron's still stuck here, but there's even 3 wide behind him. Almost wrecking. Rin is around. We are under caution with 6 laps to go. Will we get back to green? Oh, we've got traffic stopping again. Some cars having to tow their vehicles. That will be it for their races, I think. Ron leading this race with 5 laps to go. I don't know if we'll get back to green flag racing. Where's P2? P2 has towed his vehicle. It's going to be Ron winning this race, as long as he doesn't have to tow or get a black flag. Ron Fenton will win the first race of the season. In last-minute fashion. Question's going to be, does Patrick Racer keep P2, or will Pedro, who's also towed his vehicle? Jimmy Fakeman is the next car on track. As we are going to go back green. The lights are out on the pace car. We are going to go back green. It's going to be a green-white checkered, a natural green-white checkered, to finish this race. Pace car is off for it. We are green flag racing for 2 final laps. 2 laps to go. Ron's just got to finish this race. Coming to take the white flag. This is pretty much just a celebratory lap for Ron. coming to take the finish. Ron is going to win this race. Patrick Racer doesn't get P2. Jimmy Fakebent, by the last minute, gets P2 and will win LMP2. Kazuma will finish P4, winning LMP3. Pedro coming P5. Chase Adele P6. Jesse will be P9. Daniel Pinkston will be P10. Tyler will be P11. Clutch McHarry winning GT3 will be P12. Travis had a good start to the day, will finish P13. Kim Loveland will be P15. Chase Greer 16th. Brian McMurray P17. Matt Mango already off track P18. Jack will be P19. Maple gets P20. Evan Swanson wins GT4, finishing P21 overall. Damian Ryan P22. Gamer Kid will finish P24. Let's see, where's our other drivers? I will finish. My driver finishes P30. Dick Barber finishes P33, winning Porsche Cup car. It was quite easy because the other Porsche Cup car retired early in the race. We'll get to him. Lucy Nunemacher will finish P35. Let's see here. Cars that actually retired from the race, according to these stats, are Shirako Takimoto, Kurt Wilde, Isabella Izzy Diaz, who wins MX5 because of it. Because Gary Smith, our player driver in the MX5, is the only disqualification in this race. As that is actually the end of the recording. So let me back it up so we can actually see the stats. Dave Higgins is the other Porsche Cup car. He retired early in the race on lap 70, according to this, and will finish P43. Rias Gremery is the other, well, is the final retiree. And then there's me. Oh, hi. Interior camera. And that will be it for the first race of the season. Here at Oxford Plains. I'm trying to pull up the race standings for us. Here's your race standings. Whoops. Here's your race standings for race 1. Ron does win the race. And we see that everyone is everywhere in this. We do see that because of the bonus points, I will probably keep on getting for getting no incidents in the race. But Dave Higgins already on the back foot. Gary Smith, this is rigged. Hey, you won GT3. What do you mean? But Gary Smith has already starting the race in the negatives because of his disqualification penalty. But that's how the first race goes. Now the question is, what happens in race 2 at Oxford Plains? While this loads up, is there anything else I need to quickly go over? I have found a way to have rain weather happen at oval tracks, but so far in the testing, none of the tracks actually have had rain on the track itself. Like, it could be raining, but it doesn't make the track wet, which I find to be a little bit weird, but it is what it is in that aspect. I have a reason to believe that if we go to tracks that have road configurations also on them, it might be a different story, but we won't have any of those races for a good little bit to find that out. Now, like I was saying, there is rain. It did rain in the qualifying session here. But one thing I am going to do is skip ahead to late in qualifying here. We'll say here. But one thing I will say, you don't get to see it. But even though you see it's raining, they got the wipers on, there's no spray, and they're all still on dry tires. Like, if I pull up the weather monitor for us here, you see, it's like, it's the track wetness says very wet, and they're out here on dry tires, still doing the same kind of lap times. Let me try to get these paints up to date here. But in my testing, I did learn something that the weather could still do. It can change the type of race restarts we deal with. What do I mean by that? For sure on road courses, if it's ever declared a wet session, a race restart happens always single file. Even if you have it set up for double file, it will still set it to single, and you can't change it. It does the same thing for oval races. So if it was a declared wet track and was a caution, it would be a single file restart. Yeah, it's an iRacing thing. But I found it interesting, and it's why I've have, even if I know like the track it doesn't get wet, that there's still the rain chance. But looking here, looking at the stats page here that I have. I say stats page, it's the standings for the end of the session. Yeah, it's surprising that there's no spray. I'm also surprised the track actually isn't getting wet. But I think the reason why is because there's no road course here at Oxford Plains. So because of that, there's no actual like water set up, if that makes sense. I haven't been able to test it on a track that has road courses on it, but I want to. I need to do that kind of testing. All right. So, fun little fact, the track is declared lightly wet right now. It does. Let's go through our field while we have the 5 minutes. Travis Johnston will lead the entire race and starts on pole. Let me... There we go. So Travis starts on pole. Let's see here. Chase Greer starts P5, with Tyler starting P6. Zenobia, leading LMP3, will start in P8. Brian McMurray will lead GT3s and start P10. Jesse is here in P12, leading GTP. Chase Adele is starting P13. Gamer Kid, you're starting P16, with Lucy P17. Maple is starting P19. Ron, our last race winner, starts P25, with Jack starting P26. I will be starting P27. I will try to get this fixed as we're going through. If it doesn't get fixed, so be it. I think it might. Matt Mango is going to start P31. Clutch McHarry starts P32. I know you can't see the paint. There it is. Daniel Pinkston starts P33 with Kim Loveland P34. Pedro will start P36. Far back in this field. Evan Swanson starts P37 with Dave Higgins starting P38, leading Porsche Cup car. And we see Damian Ryan is here in P42. Izzy will lead MX5 again. And Gary Smith will round out the rest of your field. And I'm just going to go through here. Oh yeah, expect to see these flashing rain lights the entire time as well. Let's see, did that fix Ravel's paint job? Yes, it did. All right. So now we just gotta wait, though we don't really need to because I can fast forward. Let's fast forward this to the start of the race. As we see, the sun comes out, but the track will still be declared lightly wet. I think the track gets declared lightly wet the entire time because since there's no rain physics on this oval, the water doesn't get cleared or drained, really. As we start the pace lap, a reminder, this is Oxford Plains 2, which means there are no yellows. So, you see, you get stopped by a car that spun or wrecked, you better hope you can get out from there or you're just losing more and more time. As we have the pace car come off, Travis will lead the charge, but he does have Kurt Wild right on his outside. The outside showed that on the starts they could be much stronger, and Kurt Wild is going to go lead the first lap of this race, denying Travis a lap-led bonus point. But can Travis get back? As you see me actually dive into pit road. I'm going to just stick with the camera on Travis right now. As they meet the MX-5s for the first time, will Travis be able to get a lap led with this holdup? He's stuck on the inside lane, but can they do anything about it? Here's where it gets interesting. Zenobia there on the outside. They're 3 wide right now because of these two MX-5s being side by side. This is a crazy stack up. As there was a break in the opening, and cars are filing out now. Travis looking to the outside. Can he stay on the outside to get a move on Kurt Wild? He's definitely trying. Can he do it? He's side by side with him. Did he lead that lap? Yes, he did. So Travis finally leads a lap in this race on lap 9. He will keep the lead for now, but definitely not out of the woods here. Looks like Cosma is there in P3, trying to move up to the lead. Again, the LMP3 showed great promise in the previous, but how well will they do on long run? As we meet up with the MX-5s again, what's going to happen? Looks like the MX-5s kind of got split gap-wise, so that means that it's going to be easier to get around them for now. Travis is battling with Cosma in the LMP3. Again, the LMP3 showing great promise with their aerodynamics. Here comes Cosma around the inside, diving down there and leads that lap. Now, more lap traffic. Can Travis keep the move around the outside? He does, and will lead the lap again. Back into the lead for Travis. Travis still in the lead here. Just working his way through lap traffic, which will be obviously the trend for this entire race. Oh, I see Zenobia out there. Not really a good place since there's no cautions. Not really going to find a gap to get back on track. Zenobia is probably just going to have to wait. When does Zenobia decide to tow is the question, actually. As we see that Jesse Singleton and BJ Honeycutt are coming up fast. As you see me spun. My driver is spun. I just realized I still had that UI up. I apologize. As you see me still sitting on pit road entrance. Oh, Gary Smith coming down pit road, but that's not the battle we're focused on. Travis still holding on to the lead, but Jesse Singleton and BJ Honeycutt really closed up the gap. See, Jesse is here, about a second behind. This is where long run pace around the oval is actually going to help out the GTP drivers. But dealing with the lap traffic. Travis is still here in the lead, just filing his way through the lap traffic. But again, Jesse is now half a second, less than half a second behind him, right in his mirrors, actually. Comes Jesse right there on Travis's tail, but getting stopped because he's staying on the outside lane, stuck in GT3s. Here he comes on the inside. How is this going to play out? Is Travis going to be able to keep the lead away from Jesse? Or will Jesse make a move somehow and get around him? If he's been able to catch him this well, how will Jesse do it? Will it be lap cars? Will it be just a move around the outside or inside? Looking to the outside. Oh, he's trying to force Travis down there, and he does. But he's getting stopped by other lap traffic, the GT4. But Jesse, did he lead that lap? He did. He led that lap, so Jesse got the bonus point. Travis now pulling away again because of the lap traffic. Because Jesse got stuck behind an MX-5. Daniel Pinkston's now P2. Will he be able to catch Travis and pass him? Oh, car stopped on the track. Didn't slow down some of these leaders, but that was Dick Barber. Stop. Oh, still causing problems. He's still trying to move. Daniel Pinkston to the lead, with Chase Adele being P2. So much has happened that apparently even Jesse is now a lap down. There's still problems at the exit of turn 4. Jesse was involved again, I just saw. More problems still here at turn 4. Because Daniel Pinkston just keeps on being on the outside lane coming in here, he's not getting slowed down as much as Dick Barber finally tows their vehicle. Daniel Pinkston's got a 5-second gap to Chase Adele here in P2. Tyler is leading LMP2 right now. And Ron has worked his way from P25 already to P4. I say that, but apparently I didn't even realize this. Daniel Pinkston has gained 32 positions since the start of this race, and he's leading. If he can keep that up, he's going to get the bonus point for most positions gained, or for the biggest mover. Looking here, let's see, Kim Loveland P5. I was about to say there's only 6 cars on the lead lap right now. Travis now 2 laps down in P11. This race is most likely going to take less time because of no cautions, but you never know. I'm receiving word that Dick Barber has retired from the race. It will give Dave Higgins the win in Porsche Cup car. Kim Loveland's made it up to P4 now, because Tyler's dropped to P5. I'm going to guess from just getting caught up with the lap traffic. I will say, if we think that Oxford Plains is crazy, Zenobia dead in the wall. I gotta find Zenobia here. Zenobia's already towed their car. That was an incredibly hard hit. Got up on 2 wheels and just couldn't recover it and hit the wall. Following along with Travis right now. He's battling to stay only 1 lap down right now. But he is battling for P11 because 12th is kind of close behind. I will say I am a little curious, and while we have kind of a breathing moment with this race, I say that as we have a battle for P11 growing here with Travis and Jimmy. I'm going to do a little bit of research to find out, with our next race being Bristol, some of the information that I need. Alright, I have found out how many laps at Bristol we'll be doing. We're totally not going to be doing 377 laps around Bristol 4 times. We see Travis just stuck 3 wide because of an MX-5. While I was looking away, apparently he's now P10. Head back up to the front runners, see how they're faring. Oh, we do have a battle for the lead kind of brewing here. Ron is caught up and is only 2 seconds behind Daniel Hingston, who is stuck in some of this traffic. Is still P2 here, but that gap has grown to 3 seconds. Sorry, I'm kind of messing with the overlay here. Obviously, if it wasn't such a short oval, I would use the normal standings list. You'll see it definitely more often at road courses. But for here, it'd be so hard to keep up with. As we see here that Daniel Pinkston has lost a lot of ground, is now only a second ahead of Ron. Daniel being stuck 3 wide on the outside right now. And there's Ron, right there behind him. Stuck behind myself, then stuck behind an MX-5. And there goes all of the work that Ron had. That's really unfortunate for Ron. Was literally on his rear bumper and is now 4.5 seconds behind. That's how it goes with this multi-class oval. Multi-class in general, really. We're going to stay focused on the leader now, actually. As we see that only the top 4 are on the lead lap. Zenobia leaving pit road. According to some information I have here, both Zenobia and Kazuma were just in pit road. Kazuma's still in there doing damage repair and is now leaving. And Zenobia had just done 7.5 minutes of repair herself. Both of them have done over 7 minutes of repair, so they've already used their fast repair and gotten more damage. That is unfortunate for their race. It's not going to be a good points day for the LMP3 drivers, it seems. Daniel has pulled out a 9-second gap and it's still growing. But I guess Ron is stuck in traffic. Kim Loveland's passing him on the outside. Will Kim be able to catch up to Daniel Pinkston? Oh, Ron's even gotten passed by Pedro. But Pedro is P3. Pedro also has the fastest lap of the race. And with the fact that there's no reset with caution flags, I would say that there is a chance that Pedro will get the bonus point for fastest lap. Kim Loveland was stuck on the outside there. Can she get caught up to Daniel Pinkston, who is dropping rapidly because Daniel's in the wreck? Daniel's gotten put to a complete stop and has towed his car. Kim Loveland now leading this race, with Pedro P2 and Ron P3. Still an incident because Jimmy Bigben up there. Trying to just get around lap traffic as always. I will say, and I'm going to bring up the weather monitor again, there has been an update to the track wetness. It is now declared very lightly wet. So there is a chance that the track might actually be, the race might be declared a dry session. I think it already has. Nope, there's still some headlights on. The defining car to look at for that is the Mustang. Oh, there's Zenobia stuck on the outside of turn 2. Ron has gotten around Pedro. I think Pedro's just, yeah, it looks like he's just stuck in traffic, kind of. Ron is trying to fight back to the lead again, but this time he's got to catch Kim Loveland. Can he catch her? For the fact that we just recently passed lap 100, we're going to run through our field. Kim Loveland, we've been talking about it. She is leading this race and leading GTP. Ron is being P2, our previous race winner around here, so he knows roughly what to do. Pedro being P3, having the fastest lap right now. Matt Mango, haven't talked about him yet, being P4. Chase Adele being P5. Tyler Van Wagner leading LMP2 being P6 overall. Maple Winter being P7. Travis Johnston, we saw him have a good race start and is right now P8. Mick Valmont being P10 leading GT3 right now. Fantastic showing from the GT3s. Jesse Singleton being in P14 right now. Evan Swanson P15, the first GT4, leading GT4 right now. Lucy Nunemacher currently in P18. Might lose that soon because of Kurt Wild right behind her. Clutch McCary is being P20. With Daniel Pinkston recovering from having to tow his vehicle, is now P21. Gamer Kid's currently P23. And we find Brian McMurray P28. Might lose that soon because of Patrick Racer behind him. We find myself in P32. Dave Higgins will win the Porsche Cup car, but what position will he get overall? Right now he's in P33. Chase Greer, having a struggling day, is in P34. Damian Ryan, P36. We find the leader of MX5 in P37 right now, being Izzy. Jerry Smith is in pit road and has been for the past minute and a half or so. We find Jack Nunemacher currently in the middle of a tow and is considered P40. Kazuma, currently leading LMP3, not doing too well. LMP3 is struggling immensely, being P42 right now. Zenobia, case in point, being stopped in the outside of the track in turns 4. Our current only retiree is Dick Barber, and he will finish in P44. Follow back up with Kim Loveland right now. So we see her having Pedro directly behind her. ground, getting stuck behind this MX-5. About to lose P2 back to Ron. Tim Loveland's showing great form right now. Follow along with Kim Loveland for a little bit as I have to... Oh, those lights... That lights doesn't work anymore. Oh, so Brown is... Kim Loveland has brought it to pit road. Is there a way for me to... I don't know a way to give you back channel points. Oh gosh. But you don't even hear the music playing. As we have more cars stopped on track. Sorry, I'm distracted by trying to figure out how to give back channel points. See that Pedro is leading this race now, actually. And has a 9-second gap to Maple. solved for a moment. There's Zenobia having more problems. Trying to also figure out what happened to Ron. Oh, he came down pit road is what's happened. Oh, Cosmo having problems as well. You still see Zenobia just sitting there on pit road, in the middle of the track. See Ron actually coming out of pit road. Let's see here. Oh, Travis is in P2 right now, leading LMP2. Let me look at my information here. Oh, also the track has dried up more and is considered mostly dry. So, that does mean that's why you don't see the flashing lights on the back of the cars anymore. With such a heavy hit. And they've already towed their car. Pedro's still leading this race. Still leading this race, but now has lapped Travis. In fact, where is Travis? There he is. He's actually... Oh my gosh, what happened? He tried just bringing it down pit road, I think. An unfortunate circumstance for him. He was P2. He's already dropped to P6. And because he missed pit, where the heck is he going? Travis, where are you going, sir? I guess he's towing his car. Interesting. See if he comes back out on track. See Pedro here for a little bit. Oh, Kim Loveland is now P2. She is laps down. Oh, more of an incident. Oh, Gary Smith just took his entire front bumper off his car. He's going to cause problems. Maple is now going to be P2. He does have a lap or so more behind Pedro, but Pedro's still yet to pit. So much going on. Looks like Pedro and Maple are knocking out roughly same lap times here. Maple is here in exiting turn 4. Pedro's exiting turn 2. So half a lap. Plus the however many laps he's down. And then there's more, well, a lap to P3, which is actually right in front of Maple. Question's really going to be, when is Pedro pitting? Pedro has been yet to pit, and I'm receiving word on my page here that Travis Johnston has retired from this race. He was in P2, looked like made a mistake trying to come to pit road, and retired the car. That is so unfortunate. Still see that Pedro has gone 180 laps without pitting. Will he be able to keep this up and actually cut down how many stops he needs to make? Because I don't even know what kind of fuel mileage these guys are getting. Maple is still in P2, over a lap down. But it's now, he is closer. We do see on that relative in the bottom right that Maple is catching Pedro, but he is still a lap down. So will Maple be able to get himself onto the lead lap? Oh, Rios with an atrocious pit entry there. All right. Maple's right on the tail of Pedro. Let's see if he can do it. It looks like Pedro somehow is still doing better on those old tires versus Maple. But traffic is what is really going to hamper Pedro here. Especially when he puts himself on the inside lane. Maple's going to follow suit, but he's going to get stuck behind clutch. Pedro's just going to pull away now. Still trying, but losing so much time. It's now Matt Mango in P3. Let's see if I can find a close battle as we're just going to keep on going here. We do have a battle here with Ron and Tyler for P6, and Tyler's just getting around Ron because Ron went to the inside and got blocked. Lose more time if he's not careful. Catching back up. Has caught back up to Tyler. Going around his outside, actually. Forcing 3 wides. And Ron is back up to P6. What other things are going on here? Oh, this is interesting. Maple has gotten around Pedro and is back on the lead lap and is now 6 seconds behind Pedro. And that's because Pedro has come down pit road. We missed Pedro pitting. He actually has been out of the pits for 5 laps now. still in the lead here, but he's pulled a little bit away from Maple, but obviously traffic is going to be factored in every time. He's losing time right now to Maple behind. Follow along with Maple for a little bit. Some people are pitting. Oh, there, that's Kurt Wild just stuck just past pit entrance. His Clutch McCary is spun around on pit exit. Closing that gap again. Got it down to 4.4 seconds. Gotta deal with traffic. The push is 3 wide on the inside. He's wanting to get to the lead. Maple's still working his way up to catch up to Pedro. Pedro's doing a fantastic job keeping the lead. I just saw for a split second a spoiler. Right on board with Maple for a little bit. You can see just barely into the next corner on the edge of the screen on the left. You could actually see Pedro. I will say, I have tried just to see how difficult it is. Going around Oxford Plains in any car can be difficult, as we just saw Cosma having another situation at the exit of turn 4. But keeping that hand turned like that is very painful on the arms after a while. Getting around some MX-5s here. You see that he's catching Pedro. Will he make it? No. Blocked by the MX-5. At least momentarily. Still blocked. There he goes. Lost a little bit of time because of that to Pedro, but could possibly see if he can regain that. This is where Maple just needs to get back into a rhythm. See if he can catch back up to Pedro. When we get to roughly halfway, we'll go through the field again, see where all our player drivers are. Right now, I want to be focused on this somewhat battle for the lead. Maple's been working hard to catch Pedro here. Oh, and that's David Higgins around. Sorry, Dave Higgins. That's one thing I've learned doing this series, is that the LMP3 has problems with flipping, where Porsche Cup Car has the problem, and sometimes the MX-5, with just losing the rear end. There's still the incident here at the exit of turn 4, and Maple had caught up because Pedro had to check up. At that time, Maple had to check up, and Pedro's pulled away. How about this time coming through 3 and 4? Looks like the incident's been cleared. And now it's another roughly 4-second gap to Pedro that Maple's got to work on. Dave Higgins has come back out on track. As Maple has actually dropped that gap to roughly a second because of this traffic. And now he's got to get through it where Pedro got held up. Maple is getting kind of held up here. Something happened with Daniel Pinkston right there. Oh, he's coming down pit road. Oh, Dave Higgins around again and is blocking Maple from advancing time and position. Maple just lost roughly 4 seconds there alone. But is he still there? Is the incident still happening? Yes, it is. Maple cutting to the inside and made it work. Gaining a lot of time right there with Pedro. But as we see, Maple is now just stuck in traffic that's 3 wide even. them is I think that all formed just shortly after Pedro had passed them. So it just made Maple, and he's still dealing with it in this section. Oh, we got more cars stopped on track. Daniel Pinkston is around. He made Maple lose some more time. Round 2 of it. And don't look at the relative now, but Pedro is catching Maple to put him a lap down. Matt Mango come down pit road. Maple gap to Pedro is now about 10 seconds with things going on. Losing more and more time. Struggling, so let's see. As actually, we're very close to halfway, about 5 or so laps away. So let's actually run through our field, shall we? So obviously, Pedro is leading the race, still has the fastest lap. Maple being P2. Hatsumiku has LMP2's lead in 3rd place. Matt Mango just recently came out of pit road, is P4. Kim Loveland is P5. Jesse Singleton has moved his way up to being P6. Ron Fenton being P7. Tyler Van Wagner is currently P9. Lucy Nunemacher leading GT3 is P11 as Lucy just got hit, well, just hit the curb and just slapped the side of Alec Wood's car. Oh, and that's Clutch McHarry just stopped at the exit of pit road again. You find Daniel Pinkston, P12. Chase Adele is currently P13. Chase Greer currently stuck in this little traffic jam, but is P17. I say that. I'm going to cut over to Pedro. He is coming down pit road. I think he just got damaged from that. That means Maple's going to take the lead here. Maple now in the lead, as we still see cars wrecking around it. Pedro's still in pit road. Find some of these drivers are now. According to this, I am P20. Evan Swanson currently leading GT4 in P22 overall. Damian Ryan, P23. Ryan McMurray in the middle of a tow. It's saying he's P28. Butch McCary is P29. Gamer Kid has been struggling today, P33. Kazuma is P34, the first LMP3. No, Pedro is not taking you out yet, though you are in the lead now. Dave Higgin is the Porsche Cup car leader and will win because Dick Barber has retired. Jack Nunemacher, P37. Izzy is leading MX5, and it's saying she is P40 right now. Travis Johnston is has retired from the race. He retired a while ago. Gary Smith is saying he's in P42s. And then, as I said, Dick Barber was the other retiree in this race. Now, Maple, you are indeed leading this race. P2 is actually directly in front of you. You're almost lapping them. As we have cars stopped on the track because of Dave Higgins again spinning it out of turn 4. How's it going to go when coming through the corner this time? Mostly cleared. We have recently just passed halfway. A lot can still happen though. What just happened? I look away for a second. Maple has just towed his vehicle. Oh, incident on track, and Maple got stuck and had to tow from the lead. Now following Pedro, who got damage in that and has lost the rear spoiler. Question is, does Pedro have his fast repair still? Yes. And this is actually putting... Yeah, it puts Pedro back in the lead if he can get out of pit road. Right now, it's showing me that Jesse... Yeah, Jesse just passed Pedro. And Jesse is now working to get around David Higgins again. But he is working his way to try to get to the lead. Officially. I think he just did. We'll know for sure if we see that number plate. Yep. Jesse is now in the lead. With 250 laps to go, how will things fare for our drivers? Right on some onboard cameras as well here for a little bit. looks like Ross Visa there is bringing her car to pit road. We'll have the camera focused here on Jimmy Pinkman for a bit. Because he is catching, or is at least close to Daniel Pinkston right now. Nope, that battle is no longer happening, so check in with Maple, who's now P3. like just everyone is kind of just gotten into that rhythm. Jesse's still leading. Pedro is P2. Maple being P3. Everyone's just kind of in a rhythm. And I think it's partially because drivers like Gary Smith, Dave Higgins, and Zenobia, they're all doing damage repair right now. See me spun again at pit entry. And here comes the traffic jams. What about the Razor car? Do you like it? Whoops. Yeah, I've got Razor's Mustang here. Nerd. Oh gosh, here we go again. Thank you for the bits. No, not you too, Maple. That Maple here is actually catching up to Pedro a little bit. It does if I had the game overlay turned on. I have it turned off since I'm recording. Which probably means the moment I re-enable it, I'm just going to be bombarded with notifications. People starting to catch Pedro kind of quick here. Where is Pedro? He probably got held up just for a little bit. Oh, Damian Ryan is causing problems with pit exit. We'll pile up in turn 4. Still a pile up, and it's because Dave Higgins is back out on track. He's just been struggling being out there. Yeah. I know. What I need to do, I have music muted on OBS right now because since I'm recording this to post on YouTube, I don't know if it counts the VOD track as what gets recorded or not. So I want to figure that out first before recording with music playing. Because it definitely would be helpful, because for a race like this, it's kind of difficult to provide content or like commentary because there's no caution. And it seems like everyone's gotten into just a rhythm pace. Sure, that gets broken up by lap cars, but it's not like crashes everywhere. That's what I thought. That's what I'm thinking, and that's how I have it set up. But I don't remember if that's the case with recording videos. So, to err on the side of caution, at least for this first time, I'm just having music muted. Because I knew how long these races were going to, like these first 2 races were going to take, I was kind of rushing to get it started. It didn't help that such an aggressive pit entry again from the GT3 there, if you saw that. I had help from my parents of, well, more from my dad, of getting a new bed installed in my house. And that took much longer than we thought it would. We thought we would have been done by noon. We didn't get done till like 3. And I still had to go cook, well, get dinner, and figure that out. Yeah, the pits are weird here. There are a few tracks that have the pits be split up. South Boston's another example, which is actually a track we'll see very soon. Travis actually redeemed a track choice of Bristol, so the next 4 races will be at Bristol, since there's 2 configs and we have a race with cautions and 1 without. Yeah, well, that's just the desk. I can't wait to see that video be posted, because I am curious of what they said. We're getting close to only 100 laps left, so it's almost time to go through our field again. A thing to note, because apparently the leader, Jesse, has towed his vehicle. Yeah, that's spare pads. That's from the bed I was originally sleeping on when I was here, which is just a twin. Trust me, you're not the only one that noticed the mattresses. Whenever I showed in another Discord, like, my process of getting the entire desk and setup moved down here. Yeah. One person in the Discord said, "Can we get a welfare check to make sure Grant's not sleeping on the floor, please?" Which I found really funny myself. You know what? Let's run through the field because it's been a good bit since we've done that. So Pedro is leading the race again with a 9.5 second gap to Maple in P2. Jesse is P3. Chase Adele is P4. Tyler Van Wagner leading the LMP2s in P5. Kim Loveland, she is in P7. Ron is currently P11, our winner from last race. Daniel Pinkston is P12. Mick Valmont, leading GT3s, is P13. Matt Mango is actually in pit road right now, so he's not keeping his... He's now in 16th, but I don't know if he's going to keep that. Lucy was actually just passing him on track at being P15. Brian McMurray is currently P18. Evan Swanson, leading GT4s, is P19. Here, Kazuma has actually recovered quite well, all things considered, and is P24, leading LMP3. Clutch McCary is right here in P25. Myself in P26. Chase Greer is P30, not had a great race so far. Damian Ryan had his ups and downs, but is P31, not too bad for him. Maple coming to pit road, as well as Tyler Van Wagner with such an egregious pit entry. As I see a bumper at the bottom of the screen for Mercedes GT3. Oh! Tyler just absolutely plowing the side of Dave Higgins. Causing problems throughout the field right now. Few of our drivers were involved in that. Try to get back to where we were. Jack Nunemacher, currently P34. Gamer Kid is here in P36. I know Race Labs is saying a different position. Zenobia is not one of our player drivers, but has recovered well enough to be P37 right now. See here, the MX-5 leader being P40 right now is Izzy. Dave Higgins really struggling today in his Porsche Cup car. Will win Porsche Cup car, but is also struggling in his P41 right now. Gary Smith is currently P42 in his MX-5. And our drivers of Travis Johnston in P43 and Dick Barber in P44. Both of those two drivers retired from this race earlier. Now to find out, Maple, you did go through pit road, serviced your car. We have 100 laps remaining. Less than that, because Pedro has a 4-lap lead on you, Maple. We'll have the camera focus on Pedro for a good while, give him his 15 minutes of fame. Unless we see something else happen. And hopefully I don't accidentally miss anything while looking at my phone for a second. Because I'm getting messages out the wazoo. Oh, Pedro. Let me back that up. What happened here, Pedro? Oh, he hit the curb too that happened in the last race. Heavy contact. That's really going to ruin Pedro's race. And I think that's going to get... But that's going to... Not official yet, but that is probably going to give Maple the lead. With just 88 laps to go. blizzard. Maple, you are leading this race. Pedro is in pit road. But the question is, as we can barely see him from this camera angle, how long? How bad is that damage? Because even right now, he's just going multiple laps down. I wish the little head-to-head thing at the bottom would show even if, like, multiple laps down, or a lap down, instead of just not showing how much time and distance. But I will say one benefit to there not being cautions, you could roughly guess already like how long it's going to take. I say roughly because things can happen. But the fact that every single lap is roughly 13 seconds. Probably guess like maybe 20 more minutes in this race to get to the end. So not too bad. Oh, Dave Higgins around again, but now on the outside track. Oh, Razor stuck on pit entry. For these races lasting, who's Moobot? It's one of the bots in the channel I have set up. It's a much older bot. Ooh, I think you just made contact with Damian Ryan right there. No, it's fine. I know a lot of people use a lot more up-to-date bot stuff, but Moobot's been fine for me for a while. My only gripe with Moobot is just using the website. Sometimes it won't work and like it says I need to clear my browser cache, which I hate doing. If he is, then how the hell is he giving me bit? No, but that's a bot. Uh, I don't want to sound mean and say no, but the answer's going to be no. Mainly because, like, because I barely stream. Sure, I plan to stream more. I don't know you long enough yet. Is another thing. It's like, please don't take any offense to this. It's like, I've known you for a few months as you are almost spinning to get around Damian Ryan. Yeah. I mainly made people I'm teammates with mods for like the 24-hour races mostly. So whenever I wasn't at the computer, like someone was still like a mod in the channel. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask. Like, the worst thing I could say is no. Yeah, I don't blame you on that. I think in a few laps here, we're going to run through our field again. Because surprisingly, you saw the damage that happened to Pedro. He's already back out on track. You know what? We're going to run through the field now. So, obviously, Maple here has been leading the race so far. We saw Zenobia right in front of him, kind of getting loose. We have Jesse here in P2. Kim Loveland, she is in P3. P4 goes to Chase Adele. P5 is Jimmy Figment, the first L in P2. Ron Fenton is here in P9. Daniel Pinkston, P10. Pedro, he was leading the race for a good long while, still has the fastest lap, but is currently now P12. Mick Valmont is actually coming down pit road, but is leading GT3. Which might change over to Ravel Phoenix here in a little bit. Tyler Van Wagner is here in P15. Lucy is currently P16. Matt Mango is 17th. Say it would be a recovery drive, but really he started deep in the field and has worked his way up a little bit. Brian McMurray is currently 18th, with Evan Swanson 19th, being the first car in GT4. And it's actually racing Brian McMurray for overall position. And is passing him. That's a crazy sight to see, a GT4 passing an Audi. Find myself here in P24. Cosmo in P25, the first LMP3. Again, the recovery drive for the LMP3 leader. Chase Greer's here in P26. Clutch McCary is currently 27th. Here, Damian Ryan is P30 right now. And Jack Nunemacher is in P34. Find Gamer Kid here in P38 had to do some recovering from incidents. Izzy is here in P40, the leading MX-5 car. Dave Higgins has been struggling all race long and is P41. Though he is going to win Porsche Cup car, he is definitely struggling. And Gary Smith is going to be P42 in his MX-5. And again, our two retirees of this race is Travis Johnston and Dick Barber. Ball back on with Maple here. Still leading. And Damien keeps on making contact with him. I think Maple and Damien are going to have a conversation after this race about what each of their problems are. Maple, your thoughts? You and Damien are making it's the same Porsche. Oh, we've got an incident here in turn 4. It's Dave Higgins again, spinning around in turn 4. I'm surprised Dave Higgins hasn't retired his car by this point. Yeah, you clearly are showing that you hate that Porsche. Yeah, Maple, you currently, well, Jesse is directly behind you, but it does make it, Jesse is now going to only be one lap behind you unless things change. But with you being stuck in this traffic, this might be Jesse's moment to catch up. But there's limited time. Blizzard. here with Jesse right now. Two MX-5s are kind of close to each other, so that could be very detrimental to anyone. I mean, it doesn't help that your driver retired from this race. With less than 20 laps to go. We've got another incident in turn 4. Take a guess. Yep, it is Dave Higgins again. Dave Higgins not having a great race. He just wants to go home. But that has put, oh, this might put Jesse a second lap down again. It has. And unless something... Whack that man. I mean, I would want to check how many incident points he has gotten this race. Because if he goes over 60, he gets a penalty. We'll get to see how many incident points he has at the end here. But right now, the focus is going to be on Maple to make sure he stays on the track and keeps the car underneath him. Come to 12 laps to go. Traffic again. He does still have a 2-lap buffer on Jesse, but anything can happen, just like last race. My day's been alright. Putting the bed together was a little bit annoying, but other than that, it's been kind of a chill day. And Dave Higgins is around again. Less than 10 to go. Dave Higgins just causing problems. I don't know if you were here for it, Maple, but like one of the few things I've noticed with this, I'll say roster, the Porsche Cup car has been known. Oh my God, what happened to that MX-5? The Porsche Cup car is known to spin a lot, and the LMP3 likes to flip a lot with this AI. Laps to go. And Maple's just got a cruise at this point. that's a lot of Porsches to DQ. Because we got the Porsche GT3s, the Porsche GT4s, the Porsche Cup cars, the Porsche GTPs. Final lap. And it's going to be official as we exit turn 4. Maple Winter will win Oxford Plains' second race. Jesse Singleton will be P2. Kim Loveland will get P3. Jay Siddell will be P4. Hatsune Miku, the first LMP2, will win that class and be P5. Ron Fenton will finish P9. Pedro had a great race. Late to incidents caused problems and will finish P11, but does have the fastest lap. Daniel Pinkston will be P12. Mick Valmont does finish in 13th, winning GT3. Matt Mango will finish P15. Tyler Van Wagner will be 16th. Lucy Nunebacher, 17th. Ryan McMurray, 18th. Evan Swanson winning GT4 in P20. Kazuma recovered well to P22, winning LMP3. Chase Greer, P23. Myself in P24. Clutch McCary, already off the track, finishes P28. Damian Ryan, P29. Find Jack Nunemacher in P33. Gamer Kid finishes P37. Struggling day for him. Isabel Izzy Diaz will finish P40, winning winning in MX5. Dave Higgins, struggling all race, finishes P41. Gary Smith finishes P42 in his MX5. And then Travis finishing P43. And Dick Barber, the two retirees. What do you mean this playlist doesn't exist? Yes, it does. It's just that the music isn't playing. But that is it for Oxford Plains for our two races. I do want to thank you for watching this video. We are not recording any more races today. We will be back next time, and I hope to do this at least once a week. Do 2 races back to back. So, till next time, stay safe out there. Catch you all next time.